Check.
Radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Radio test. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Huh? I can't read what he's got on what it says on the camera.
Oh, you should. Are those
He was
your
always telling,
readers?
yeah, they are, but I still can't read it. Live. Here we go. This is live perfect. Let's try it now. Good morning.
Radio test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Radio test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Radio test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the Western Intercollegiate Rowing Association's Collegiate Regatta. Please remove your hats and look to the left as we play our national anthem.
Radio check. 1, 2, 5. Radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first event of this morning, Heat 1 of the Women's Varsity 8 D2, D3 Club. In Lane 1, we have Western Washington University. In Lane 2, we have Pacific Lutheran. In Lane 3, we have Lewis and Clark. In Lane 4, we have Washington State University. And in Lane 5, we have Sonoma State.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a wonderful day of championship racing at Lake Natoma for the 2016 WIRA Championships. We have our first race underway. Looks like we have a clean start. This is the Women's Varsity 8 for Division 2, Division 3, and club programs. We have 5 boats on the water. Western Washington in Lane 1, Pacific Lutheran in Lane 2, Lewis and Clark Lane 3, Washington State Lane 4, and Sonoma State in Lane 5. We'll be back with the race call in about 200 meters. Boats will advance to the grand final later this afternoon, and right now at 500 meters in, we have Lane 2 Pacific Lutheran with a slight lead over Lane 1 Western Washington. So Pacific Lutheran is your leader here very early on. They have a 4-seat lead over Western Washington, and then Western Washington is bow to stern over Lewis and Clark rowing out of Lane 3. Top 3 boats have significant open water already at this point, very early on in the race, over lanes 4 and 5, West and Sonoma State. But Pacific is doing a nice job trying to keep that advantage over Western, but it looks like Western has taken another seat away from Pacific Lutheran. So now it's Pacific Lutheran in the lead, but just by 2 seats. And just shy of the halfway point, Western has overtaken the lead from Pacific Lutheran. Both boats clocked at 34 strokes a minute. Very patient as we come into the halfway point. Completely different water and conditions than we had yesterday. This is the glass that Lake Natoma is known for. So no technical issues that they're really going to have to deal with in terms of choppy water or wind gusts. So these guys are going for time at this point. And now Western with a 4-seat lead with 1,000 meters to go over Pacific Lutheran. Pacific Lutheran lengths of open water over Lewis and Clark. Now back to Lewis and Clark by several lengths of open water. Washington State and Sonoma State. So Washington State and Sonoma State neck and neck with each other for that 4th and 5th place position. Boats just past the 750 meters to go mark. It is Western Washington now, bow to stern over Pacific Lutheran. Pacific Lutheran sitting 1 full boat length of open water over Lewis and Clark. It looks like Sonoma State has pulled well ahead of Washington State. So Sonoma State with about a 1 boat length advantage over Washington State. Washington State in 5th. But it will be Western right along the shoreline here with the lead. Western and then followed by Pacific Lutheran. 2 boats to advance to the grand finals. The remainder to the petite finals and 3rd level finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the last 100 meters of the race, it looks like Western Washington University and Pacific Lutheran University are in 1st and 2nd place, followed close. With the top 2 crews advancing to the grand final, unofficially, it looks like 1st place was Western Washington University and 2nd place was Pacific Lutheran. Approaching the finish line, Sonoma State is rowing smoothly on the water. And approaching the finish line, Washington State University. Ladies and gentlemen, for Heat 2 of the Women's Varsity 8 D2, D3 Club, in Lane 1, we have UC Santa Barbara. In Lane 2, we have UC San Diego. In Lane 4, we have Willamette. And in Lane 5, we have Mills College.
And we have had a start in Heat 2 of the Women's Varsity 8 for Division 2, Division 3 club program. We have only 4 boats on the water. Lane 3 is a scratch. So we have UC Santa Barbara in Lane 1, UC San Diego in Lane 2. Lane 3 is open. Lane 4 is Willamette University, and Lane 5 is Mills College. And right now, boats are still pretty close together as we approach 500 meters in. Our leader, though, early on is UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara sitting with about 5 seats over UC San Diego. UC San Diego bow to stern over Willamette, and Willamette even with Mills. And at 750 meters, UC Santa Barbara now has 2 seats of open water over UC San Diego. Back to UC San Diego by 1 length of open water. It will be Willamette and Mills just dead even with each other. Very slight advantage going to Mills College, maybe by half a seat. All crews now approaching 1,000 meters to go. UC Santa Barbara rowing with a very long stroke rate, or a very long stroke with 32 strokes a minute. So very patient, very composed as we come to the halfway point. UC San Diego right behind them, but rowing at a slightly higher stroke rate of 35. So the distance between these 2 crews definitely has increased, and UC Santa Barbara is taking a jump up, stroke rate coming up to a 33 as they cross over the 1,000-meter line. Going back to our crews, Willamette has overtaken Mills for that 3rd place position. So Mills slipping back to 4th, but still very aggressive, rowing very cleanly out of lane 5. 750 meters to go for the Gauchos from UC Santa Barbara. They now have 1 full boat length of open water over UC San Diego, and then back to UC San Diego by 2 boat lengths of open water will be Willamette with a 5-seat lead over Mills. Looks like UC San Diego has taken that sprint early. As we come into the 500-meter mark, they have closed the gap maybe by 1 or 2 seats from UC Santa Barbara, but UC Santa Barbara still rowing at a 33, is very patient here, waiting to kick up their stroke rate until we get a little bit closer to that finish line. So UC Santa Barbara still with that 1 boat length of open water lead. UC San Diego, 36 strokes a minute. And now here comes Willamette crossing over 500 meters to go. They now have open water over Mills. We'll turn it over to the finish line and the spectator area for the finish of Heat 2.
As we come into the final 100 meters of the race, UC Santa Barbara and UC San Diego are clearly in the lead over Willamette and Mills. Both teams in front are focusing on rowing well and getting a great time for the grand final placement. Unofficially coming in first, UC Santa Barbara is followed closely by UC San Diego. And with 2 lengths of open water, Willamette. And 1 length behind Willamette, Mills.
And Heat 3 of the Women's Varsity 8 for D2, D3, and club programs is on the way and racing towards 500 meters in. We've got 5 boats on the water. Humboldt State in lane 1, Orange Coast College in lane 2, University of Puget Sound, lane 3, Davis in lane 4, and California in lane 5. All boats still within contact to each other. Pretty tight tack here of 5 boats coming across 500 meters. But the early leader will be out of lane 2. That is Orange Coast College. They have 2 seats over Humboldt State. Now back to Humboldt by just about 1 seat of open water. It will be University of Puget Sound. They have a 5 advantage over the 4th place crew from California. So California in 4th. And then California sitting with 7 seats over UC Davis. At 750 meters, Coast still with the lead, but now watching that lead shrink as Humboldt State just ticks away with each stroke, taking a couple of inches away, and now even, Humboldt State now even with Orange Coast College. Back to Humboldt by 1 length of open water, it will be University of Puget Sound. They have just 5 seats over California. California sitting bow to stern over UC Davis. Top 2 crews advance to the grand final later this afternoon. And right now, Orange Coast and Humboldt going back stroke for stroke, bow ball to bow ball as we come across 1,000 meters to go. University of Puget Sound is 3rd, now sitting bow to stern over California. California bow to stern over UC Davis. And now about 10 strokes past the 1,000-meter line, Humboldt State overtaking Orange Coast for the lead. Humboldt now with 2 seats over Orange Coast. It doesn't get much better than this when you see the coxswains looking across from each other, and the bow balls are right next to each other. So those crews know this is a lot of pain tolerance when you know that the crew next to you is matching you stroke for stroke. Humboldt State and Orange Coast trading lead. Every other stroke is going back and forth. Right now, advantage going to Orange Coast, 2 seats over Humboldt. We've got Coast clocked at 34 strokes a minute, Humboldt at 36. University of Puget Sound still in 3rd, sitting 4 seats over California, and California with a bit of open water over UC Davis. Meters to go. It is Orange Coast now by 4 seats, rowing at 35 strokes a minute. Humboldt State matching them at 35 and a half. So Humboldt in 2nd, top 2 to qualify for the Grands. University of Puget Sound now with a bit of open water over California. California in 4th, and California sitting with 3 seats of open water over UC Davis. Coming into the spectator area, we'll turn it over to the finish line for the final race call.
As we approach the last 100 meters of this race, Orange Coast College and Humboldt State are fighting it out for a better lane assignment in the grand finals. University of Puget Sound, California, and UC Davis are rounding out the field. With about a star advantage, it looks like Orange Coast College is going to take this race. Followed closely by University of Puget Sound and Cal. And with UC Davis crossing the finish line.
And we have had a start, all crews approaching the first 500-meter line. Lane 2, Washington, Lane 3, UC Davis, Lane 4, San Diego State, and Lane 5, Lewis and Clark. All crews now past 500 meters, and Santa Clara really making a statement early on, already with open water over the rest of the field. Santa Clara in the lead. They're followed by UC Davis in lane 3, and UC Davis sitting with 7 seats over Washington State. Now back to Washington State by about a seat of open water. It will be San Diego State University. They have about 1 seat of open water over And at 1,000 meters to go, it will be Santa Clara back first across that line. We have them clocked at 34 strokes a minute. They now have about 2 seats of open water over UC Davis. And UC Davis, is sitting with their stern deck on the bow of Washington State. So Washington State in third. They have 1 length of open water over San Diego State. And then San Diego with a little bit more than 1 length of open water over Lewis and Clark. these top three crews. We have them all clocked at 36 strokes a minute. Santa Clara continuing to push a little bit farther away from UC Davis, and UC Davis the same. They took their stroke rate up just past 1,000. They now have one full length of open water over Washington State. In these heats, only 2 crews will advance to the grand finals. The remainder go on to the petites and third level finals. And right now, Santa Clara rowing very, very well here out of lane 1. That 36 looks a lot lower than it really is. So that is a testament to their size and power. They're moving the boat really nicely, 500 meters to go. They've got a half a boat length of open water over UC Davis. UC Davis also at 36. Now extending their lead over Washington State. Washington State sitting half a boat length of open water over San Diego State, and then back to them by 2 lengths of open water, Lewis and Clark in that 5th place position.
Ladies and gentlemen, all crews are vying for the top 2 positions of this heat to make it into the grand finals, and right now it looks like it will be Santa Clara University and UC Davis, followed by Washington State University, San Diego State University, and Lewis and Clark. As we approach the last 100 meters, all crews are picking up their stroke rate for the final sprint. With the top 2 crews rowing very well and continuing to raise their stroke rate, it looks like Santa Clara University has taken a slight lead over their current lead on UC Davis. And UC Davis sitting four seats of open water behind Santa Clara University will finish unofficially 2nd in this heat. With Washington State University and San Diego State University crossing the finish line, followed by Lewis and Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, official results for the Women's Varsity 8, Division 2, Division 3, and Club. Going to the Grand Finals, Western Washington University, UC Santa Barbara, Orange Coast College, UC San Diego, Humboldt State University, and Pacific Lutheran.
And Heat 2, Varsity 8, currently underway and approaching 500 meters in. We've got 5 boats on the water with UC Santa Barbara in lane 1, UC Irvine in lane 2, Loyola Marymount lane 3, Western Washington in lane 4, and Long Beach State in lane 5. And let me double check, and it looks like we might be missing a crew. Nope, they're there. I just couldn't see with the glare on the water. We've got all 5 crews racing, and right now we have 3 boats that are well out in front. We've got UC Santa Barbara with a slight lead over UC Irvine, so UC Santa Barbara half a seat over UC Irvine, and then UC Irvine sitting 2 seats over Loyola Marymount. Back to Loyola by 1.5 lengths of open water will be Western Washington rowing out of lane 4, and Western sitting with a bit of open water along the state. And just shy of the 1,000-meter line, it is UC Santa Barbara now extending their lead, sitting 7 seats over UC Irvine. So we've got Santa Barbara rowing at 36 strokes a minute, UC Irvine a little bit lower at 35. And then back to UC Irvine, 7 will be Loyola Marymount. Only crews to advance to the grand final. So Loyola Marymount doing their best to see if they could take away a little bit of Irvine's lead. They are all still within contact of each other. But then with these top 3 boats, we'll move back to our 4th place crew, back by a couple lengths of open water. Will be Western Washington in 4th, and then Long Beach State in 5th. All boats now past 750 meters to go. Very, very tight racing here with these top crews. Not much movement past the 1,000-meter line in terms of placement. All boats still within contact of each other, although UC Santa Barbara has inched up just a little bit farther away from UC Irvine. So now it is UC Santa Barbara sitting bow to stern over Irvine. Irvine still with 6 seats over Loyola Marymount. Your eye on Loyola Marymount. They have taken 1 more seat away from Irvine. They are still in 3rd, but they're going to try as hard as they can if that stroke rate comes up with 500 meters to go to see if they can get into one of those qualifying positions. Coming into the spectator area, it is UC Santa Barbara along the shoreline with our 1 boat length lead. They're followed by Irvine, and very close to them, Loyola Marymount. Western Washington continuing in 4th, Long Beach State in 5th.
With all crews fighting for the 2 qualifying positions that will take them to the grand finals, UC Santa Barbara has a lead over UC Irvine. and Loyola Marymount University is followed closely to take that second place. All crews are raising their stroke rate in the last couple meters of this race. Unofficially, it looks like UC Santa Barbara and Loyola Marymount University have taken first and second place. With Western Washington University and Long Beach State rounding out the field.
And we have our first grand final of the morning. This is the men's novice lightweight 4 with 6 crews racing and approaching 500 meters in. In lane 1, Sonoma State. Lane 2, Long Beach State. Lane 3, San Diego State. Lane 4, California. Lane 5, Seattle University. And lane 6, UC Santa Barbara. My mistake, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the final for the Novice Lightweight 4. That is upcoming. I was reading off my lane assignments. We're still in the heat for the men's varsity 8. In lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 4, Orange Coast College. 3, UCLA. Lane 4, University of Puget Sound. And lane 5, the only leader past 500 meters will be lane 1, UC San Diego. They have 4 seats over our lane 2 crew from Orange Coast College, and Orange Coast sitting 2 seats over UCLA. UCLA has 2 seats of open water over 4th place, University of Puget Sound, and then back to Puget Sound by 2 lengths of open water will be Sonoma State. All boats now approaching 1,000 meters to go. UC San Diego continuing with the lead. We have them clocked at 34 strokes a minute. Orange Coast also at 34. UCLA at 5. UC San Diego sitting with 4 seats over Orange Coast. Orange Coast 6 seats over UCLA. Back to UCLA by about a length and a half of open water. University of Puget Sound continues in 4th. Sonoma State in 5th. And at 750 meters, UC San Diego extending their lead by a couple of more seats over Orange Coast College. So now UC San Diego 7 seats over Orange Coast. Orange Coast 1 full boat length over UCLA. UC San Diego sitting 7 seats over Orange Coast, throwing at 36 strokes a minute coming into the final 500 meters. Orange Coast at 38. So we'll see where they can go with that sprint, although they know that they're in a pretty solid position for one of those top 2 qualifying spots for the grand finals. But we'll keep our eye on UCLA as they are still in contact with Orange Coast. University of Puget Sound continuing in 4th. Sonoma State in 5th. Coming into the spectator area, we'll turn it over to the finish line for the final race call.
Coming into the last 250 meters, UC San Diego and Orange Coast College are fighting for their last 2 spots in the men's varsity 8 grand final, followed by UCLA, University of Puget Sound, and Sonoma State. Unofficially coming in first and second place would be UC San Diego and Orange Coast College, followed by UCLA, University of Puget Sound, and Sonoma State.
Radio check, top of the hill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now waiting for the first start of the first series of grand finals for the WIRA Championships. At 9 o'clock, the grand finals begin for this regatta. The first race, the first grand final, will be the men's novice lightweight 4. All those boats are now loading into the starting platform, and we'll give you the call once the race begins. But with the heats being completed, we now start the racing for the medals here at the 2016 WIRA Championships. We'll be back shortly with that race call. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a start for the first grand final of the weekend. Now underway, event number 52, the men's novice lightweight 4. We're going to give you the lane assignments here. Lane 1, Sonoma State. Lane 2, Long Beach State. Lane 3, San Diego State. Lane 4, California. Lane 5, Seattle University. And Lane 6, UC Santa Barbara. All boats are now out of the blocks, and they are past the 100-meter breakage point. We'll pick up the call at 500 meters. And here's the call as we approach 500 meters into the race for the men's novice lightweight 4 grand final. Lanes 1, 3, and 4, the early leaders. Sonoma State, San Diego State, and California, they are separating themselves from the pack here as we approach the 500-meter line. In the trailing positions, we go to lanes 5, 6, and 2, Seattle University, UC Santa Barbara, and Long Beach State. Now the early leader continues to be lane 1, Sonoma State. They had a good start, but they are closely paced by both California and San Diego State in lanes 3 and 4. Beautiful water conditions this morning, unlike yesterday, and they have one gate open on the dam, so the water flow through the lake will help boost the speed of all these crews, and they'll be seeing some fast times today on the results board. All boats now past meters, approaching 750, rowing cleanly. Lane 1, Sonoma State, continuing to power down this course. They have almost an open water advantage over the remaining lanes, but we're seeing some change-up now as Seattle University in lane 5, moving up even and now ahead of California to move into that second place position. So for the men's novice lightweight 4, it's Sonoma State in lane 1, followed by lane 5, Seattle University. Then California in lane 4, then back to lane 6, UC Santa Barbara, and then the two trailing positions now, San Diego State and Long Beach State. All these rowers weighing a maximum of 160 pounds as they now approach the halfway markers. And here's the call for the men's novice lightweight 4 grand final. It is Sonoma State first across the line at the halfway markers, but slowly moving up on the outside. You have Seattle University and now UC Santa Barbara overtaking California for that third place position. So your top 3 boats are Sonoma State, Seattle University, and now UC Santa Barbara, with California falling back to 4th, followed by San Diego State and Long Beach State for the men's novice lightweight 4s. Lane 1 has got to pay attention to these outside lanes. The outside lanes have been slowly moving up on Sonoma State. Santa Barbara pacing Seattle University. California back by open water now. The Cal Lightweight program trying hard to get back into this race for a medal position, but they've got Seattle and Santa Barbara to get through before that can happen. We're now past 1,250 meters. It's lane 1 Sonoma State continuing to push hard. They've set the pace for this race from the beginning as they now approach the 1,500-meter line. Seattle University with a really good program this year, small but powerful, as they continue to hold on to that second place position, but Santa Barbara challenging them every stroke as we approach 1,500 meters. It's going to be Sonoma State, Seattle University, then Santa Barbara for the top 3 medal positions. California now 1 boat length open water back in 4th place. Long Beach State in 5th, San Diego State falling back to 6th. 500 meters to go for the men's novice lightweight 4s. As we come into the last 400 meters along the shore and the tent area, that is lane 1 Sonoma State. On the outside, Seattle University chased by Santa Barbara. The Gauchos from Santa Barbara, always a strong program, one of the most dominant club programs on the West Coast. They've got their bow ball at the 2 seat of Seattle. It's almost turning into an even race now for first place between Sonoma State and Seattle University. Santa Barbara still in third. 300 meters to go. It's Sonoma State by maybe a seat. Seattle University right there next to Sonoma State. Santa Barbara chasing. Cal still back and forth. Then to fifth, it's still Long Beach State, followed by San Diego State. It's now Seattle University for the gold medal position. Seattle, Sonoma State, Santa Barbara. We turn to you. This is going to be a photo finish. If Sonoma State makes the move, oh, in trouble in the Santa Barbara boat. That hurts. And there goes Seattle for the gold with Sonoma for the silver now. Here comes that finish. And we have a start for the next event of the day. This is the grand final for the women's Novice 4, event number 53 on your race schedule. 7 boats on the course. Due to the cancellation of the petite and third level finals, the referees and stewards agreed to take the next fastest boat from the heats and fill lane 7 in many of the races. So you're going to see a lot of 7-boat races coming down in the grand finals. This is the first one. Here are the lane assignments. In lane 1, the University of Oregon. In lane 2, UC Irvine. In lane 3, Western Washington University. In lane 4, Long Beach State. In lane 5, UC Davis. In lane 6, UC Santa Barbara. And in lane 7, California Lightweights. All boats now past the 100-meter breakage line. All 7 rowing cleanly will pick up the call 500 meters into the race. And here's the call at 500 meters, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand final of the women's novice fours. 7 boats all rowing well. This is a tightly bunched race at this point, as we don't have a lot of separation. In lane 1, University of Oregon with a slight advantage over lane 2, UC Irvine, but lane 3, Western Washington, keeping pace with both Oregon and Irvine. On the outside to lane 6, UC Santa Barbara, they are in a position right now to take a bronze medal, but it's still very early in the race, so it's too early to call any sort of definitive position as we now approach 750 meters. The trailing boats at this point are going to be lane number 4, Long Beach State, followed by lane 5, UC Davis, and then lane 7, California Lightweights. Those are the 3 trailing boats here in the women's novice lightweight 4 event. All boats now past 500, approaching 7, and now we're seeing a little more separation as both lanes 1 and 3 push to get away from the pack. That's University of Oregon, followed by UC Irvine and Western Washington. Now, lane 6, UC Santa Barbara, they're still in this race. They are trying to get a little more separation, but lane 4, Long Beach State, moving up a bit now to try to stay in contact with these leaders. All boats now approaching the halfway point. We'll give you that next call here in about 10 strokes. And here's the call at the halfway markers for the women's novice 4 grand final. It is Oregon, University of Oregon, at the line, first across the halfway markers. They are being paced by lane 3, Western Washington now, as Western Washington moves up ahead of Irvine. In the 3rd place position, it's still Santa Barbara in lane 6. Santa Barbara, though, having other boats in contact with it. That includes Long Beach State, UC Davis, with the Cal Lightweights trailing. But it's the Flying Ducks from Oregon now moving out to an open water advantage over the entire field. So at 1,250 meters, it's Oregon, Western Washington, and then Santa Barbara for the top 3 positions. These are the first-year rowers for each program. These are the walk-on novice women rowers, and they are showing some great blade work here as they come down the... And now lane number 2, UC Irvine, making a move. They're trying to get back up next to Western Washington, and Irvine is moving. They are now pulling their bow up even with Western Washington. So now it's becoming a 3-boat race for 2nd and 3rd place, while Oregon continues on their own out in front with an increasing amount of open water. Too close to call now between Western Washington and Irvine. Santa Barbara out there in lane 6. They've got to pay attention to Irvine and Western Washington if they want to get a medal. Santa Barbara is starting to fall behind now, these 2 boats. Irvine making another push right now to try to get ahead of Santa Barbara. In 4th place, it's Long Beach State, even with Santa Barbara. And then trailing is UC Davis in 6th, and then the California Lightweights. Women's novice 4 is now past 1,500 meters. The Ducks are flying away with this race. They have lots of open water now. They have boat lengths of open water as they come into the last 400 meters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to cheer on your team because here they come. 400 meters to go for the women's novice lightweight 4s. They are racing for the medals along the shore. In lane 1, University of Oregon, the Flying Ducks, with a commanding lead. It is a commanding lead over the 2nd place crew from Western Washington. Western Washington has held off UC Irvine. Santa Barbara back in the race here in the outside lane 6 for third place, but chasing them is Irvine. It's too close to call for third place. It's the Ducks from Oregon for the gold, followed by Western Washington, and then a close race between Santa Barbara and Irvine for the bronze. Long Beach State in fourth, then Davis, and finally Cal Lightweights. Here comes the finish. Women's novice, fours, and it's Oregon all alone out in front. And we have a start, ladies and gentlemen, for the next grand final. Now it's the men's turn. This is the men's novice 4 grand final, just now starting out of the blocks. They have to clear the 100-meter breakage zone before the race becomes official, and we will pick up the call at 500 meters. Let's go ahead and set the lanes for you. In lane 1, Loyola Marymount, which posted a very fast time yesterday. Lane 2, Western Washington. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, the University of Puget Sound. Lane 5, Santa Clara. And Lane 6, Orange Coast College, a 2-year community college from Southern California. The boats have now cleared the 100-meter breakage zone. The race is official. We'll pick up the call at 500 meters for the men's novice 4 grand final, now underway. And here's the call at 500 meters for the men's Novice 4 Grand Final. Now coming out of the starting blocks, Loyola Marymount, which posted one of the fastest times yesterday, they have kept a high stroke rate all the way to the 500-meter line, and right now it's working for them as they've got an advantage over lane 2, Western Washington. In second place, we're going to go to lane number 4, Santa Clara University, and right next to them, Orange Coast. Those are your 3 leaders in the men's Novice 4 Grand Final. In the trailing positions, Santa Barbara in lane 3, followed by lane 6, in lane 3. Let me start over again, folks. The 3 leaders are lane 1, Loyola Marymount. Then we go outside to lanes 4 and 5, University of Puget Sound and Santa Clara. In the trailing, Orange Coast. I apologize for that mistake. All boats now at 750 meters. But those 3 boats remain the top 3 leaders as we approach the halfway markers. Now, crews in the heats don't always show their top speed. The goal is just to qualify for the grand final. And what we're seeing here is lane 5, which is Santa Clara University. They have shown a lot of speed recently in the past years, and they are showing it now as they pace lane 1. So Santa Clara now moving into the second place position behind Loyola Marymount. In third place, it will be University of Puget Sound, about 3 seats behind Santa Clara. Puget Sound up only 1 seat over Santa Barbara in lane 3. Western Washington also right there with both Santa Barbara and Puget Sound. Trailing by open water at this point is Orange Coast in lane 6. All boats now past the halfway markers. This is the men's Novice 4 Grand Final. The leader continues to be Loyola Marymount from Southern California, but on the outside lane, lane 5, Santa Clara, they are chasing hard. It's now turning into a tight race for the bronze medal position between lanes 2, 3, and 4, Western Washington, Santa Barbara, and Puget Sound. We're seeing a lot of boat movement, and now lane 2, Puget Sound, moving ahead. Western Washington moving ahead to overtake Puget Sound and Santa Barbara for second place. Santa Clara has their hands full as lane 2, Western Washington, moves up to challenge them for that silver medal position. Men's Novice 4 is now approaching 1,500 meters. It's still lane 1, Loyola Marymount, followed by lane 2, Western Washington. Then lane 5, Santa Clara. Back only 2 seats behind Santa Clara is going to be Santa Barbara. Puget Sound now falling back to 5th place with Orange Coast in 6th. 500 meters to go as Western Washington now has overtaken Santa Clara. They have that second place position, but only by a deck. It's Loyola holding off the field. Western Washington pushing just ahead of Santa Clara with Puget Sound and Santa Barbara chasing. And now Santa Clara working back ahead of Western Washington. Western Washington had made a big move, but now Santa Clara taking off like a rocket, staying long on the front end, and now they're back in the silver medal position with Western Washington falling back to 3rd. Western Washington still holding off Santa Barbara. It's Loyola, but their lead is decreasing as Santa Clara charges hard. 200 meters to go, and now it's only maybe a seat or a deck for Loyola. This could turn into a photo finish for the men's Novice 4s. In first place, Loyola. Second place, Santa Clara, with Western Washington in 3rd. Right behind them, Santa Barbara. Here comes that finish. Keep an eye on Santa Clara.
Ladies and gentlemen, official results for the men's varsity 8. The crews moving on to the grand finals are Santa Clara University, UC Davis, UC Santa Barbara, Loyola Marymount University, UC San Diego, and Orange Coast College.
Radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On water radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The wind double and 1 have Washington State A, lane 2 Long Beach State, lane 3 Chico State, 4 UC Santa Barbara, lane 5 California, lane 6 Pacific Lutheran University, lane 7 Washington State B. All crews.
Santa Barbara for the gold medal in the men's second novice 8s. It's a dogfight to the line. Will it be Coast? Will it be Santa Barbara? Washington State for the bronze. Davis for 4th. Hanging on. Coast is still hanging on. They're looking golden to the line.
A little bit of a wind push here as we come into a bit more of an exposed part of the course, just at 1,000 meters. So the wind pushing over from the starboard side. And these ladies handling it very well. Of course, nothing like we saw yesterday, but definitely making sure that the blades stay close to the water, quick catches for the most efficient boat run that you can get. Sacramento State really taking advantage right now of their length and power as they increase their lead to 1 length plus over San Diego State. San Diego State sitting with half a boat length of open water over the A boat from St. Mary's, and St. Mary's rowing at 36 with a seat of open water over St. Mary's B.
And ladies and gentlemen, the women's varsity D1 and open 4 now coming to the 1,500 meter line. 4 boats on the course, 2 of them from the same school, that would be St. Mary's College. Early leader remains the same, and by a growing margin, the Hornets from Sacramento State University, training right here every day at Lake Natoma. Lane 1, Sacramento State, with a comfortable 2 boat lengths of open water margin over San Diego State in lane 2. Both Sacramento State and San Diego State rowing with really nice long strokes. St. Mary's A boat in 3rd place here with their sister B boat in 4th place. Their B boat would be the final boat here, as only 4 boats are on the course. Both Sacramento State and San Diego State understroking St. Mary's, both of their boats. The St. Mary's boats rowing at a much higher rate, slightly shorter stroke. It's the longer, more efficient strokes of Sacramento State and San Diego State that are proving to be the best for the gold and silver medal positions here as we come into the spectator area. This is the grand final for the women's varsity 4 D1 and open category. Sacramento State looking for another gold medal today as they come down the course in a commanding lead here in the women's varsity 4s. 200 meters to go for them and another gold for the Sacramento State program. San Diego State for that silver, St. Mary's for the bronze. That finish now only 200 meters away. This is the women's D1 and open varsity 4 category now line.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the results for 3 finals. The first one, men's lightweight 4. In third place, California with a time of 7:22.1. In second place, UC Santa Barbara with a time of 7:10.8. And in first place, Sacramento with a time of 7:02.6. In the women's lightweight 4 final event, in third place, Washington State University with a time of 8:30.1. In second place, Long Beach State with a time of 8:15.3. And in first place, California with a time of 8:06.5. For the women's varsity 4 Division II, Division III club final, in third place, University of Oregon with a time of 7:59.9. In second place, UC San Diego with a time of 7:57.1. And in first place, Western Washington University with a time of 7:50.
Third level final. Lane 1,
908.
UC Davis. In lane 2,
Coming your way, Greenback.
Washington State University.
Greenback.
And we have the grand final for the men's varsity 4 with 6 boats on the water. In lane 1, Orange Coast College. Lane 2, University of California at Irvine. Lane 3, Loyola Marymount. Lane 4, Seattle University. Lane 5, University of Puget Sound. And lane 6, UC Santa Barbara. And all crews now approaching 500 meters in. As we saw from the heats this morning, we've got a very fast crew coming out of Loyola Marymount, and right now they are proving that they are a crew to be and we see Loyola Marymount with a 2-seat lead over University of California at Irvine. Irvine sitting bow to stern over lane 1, Orange Coast College, as well as lane 5, University of Puget Sound. So Orange Coast and Puget Sound neck and neck with each other. And actually I'm going to give a very slight advantage, maybe 1 seat for UPS for Puget Sound over Orange Coast. Moving over to the 5th place crew, we're going to drop over to lane 4, that's Seattle University. And Seattle sitting with a bow to stern advantage over UC Santa Barbara. But back to our leaders, it will be Loyola Marymount now with 4 seats over Irvine. Irvine sitting with a bit of open water over Orange Coast. Orange Coast took away that 3rd place spot from University of Puget Sound. So now Orange Coast sitting 3 seats over Puget Sound as we approach 1,000 meters. With 1,000 meters to go It is Loyola Marymount with their bow first across that line, rowing at 36 strokes a minute. Irvine right off of their stern deck, but with a bit more patience in the stroke rating, we have them clocked at 32 strokes a minute. But it is working, so that must be a very strong crew from Irvine. As we go into this headwind, they are a big crew, and rowing at that lower stroke rate really works for them coming into the headwind. Now with one length of open water over Orange Coast, and University of Puget Sound looking like they're pulling even again with Orange Coast College. So that really is an excellent fight that's brewing between Orange Coast and Puget Sound. Right off of Puget Sound stern deck, there is Seattle University. They're not going away either. So it's going to be anyone's call as we come down to the wire here. Final 750 meters for the Varsity 4. Just off of Seattle's stern deck, it will be UC Santa Barbara in that final position. We'll turn it over to Bob for the final 750 meters.
And the men's varsity 4 now approaching 500 meters to go. As you heard that early race call from Adrian, this is quite a racer as these fours come burning down the lake with a lot of close racing between the boats. The leader out in front, Loyola. They were fast this morning in their novice 4s, and they're proving to be fast again in their varsity 4s as they hold about a stern advantage over UC Irvine in second place. In third place, lane 1 Coast. But Coast has their hands full with both the University of Puget Sound in fourth and Seattle University right behind them in fifth. Santa Barbara in sixth. Seattle University has had a good 4 all year, as had Puget Sound, but they're all chasing the leaders out in front. Loyola and Coast, Irvine, all three boats from Southern California. They are dominating here as they come into the spectator area. Loyola continues to walk away. Irvine in lane 2 hanging tough, but not matching the speed of Loyola. And now what a turnaround as Puget Sound overtakes lane 1. Puget Sound overtakes lane 1 for the bronze medal position, staying ahead of Seattle and overtaking Coast. It's Loyola, Irvine, and Puget Sound. Seattle and Coast chasing. Puget Sound staying calm and strong, and in the last 300 meters, they are taking that bronze medal position away, and now Seattle University walking through and away from Coast. For the men's varsity 4s, to the line, it's Loyola for the gold, Irvine for the silver, Puget Sound for the bronze, with Seattle and Coast fighting, followed by Santa Barbara. What a move for Puget Sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the results for the Women's Varsity 4 Division I Open Final. In third place, St. Mary's College A-Boat with a time of 8:15.7. In second place, San Diego State University with a time of 8:10.6. And in first place, Sacramento State with a time of 8:02.1.
And we have had a clean start in the grand final for the women's novice 8. We have 7 boats on the course with University of San Diego in lane 1, Stanford in lane 2, San Diego State in lane 3, lane 4 is Sacramento State, lane 5 Orange Coast College, lane 6 UC Santa Barbara, and lane 7 UC San Diego. Very early on in the racing, all crews still very close to each other, not that much separation. So we'll come back at just before 500 meters to give you the race call. At just shy of 500 meters, Stanford out to make a statement here. They have moved themselves to a 5-seat advantage over University of San Diego in lane 1. So we'll be their bow hitting 500 meters first. They are followed by University of San Diego. And now San Diego sitting with 1 full boat length over San Diego State in lane 3. Top 3 crews now with a bit of open water over the remaining field. San Diego State has 1 seat of open water over Sac State. Sacramento State sitting 2 seats over UC Santa, let's see, that would be UC Santa Barbara. So UC Santa Barbara sitting in 5th. They have 4 seats over Orange Coast College in our 6th place crew with a bow to stern advantage over UC San Diego. So UC San Diego currently in 7th. And Stanford now with a bit of open water over University of San Diego. They're at 34.5, and this is where that wind hits right here, just past 750 meters and then coming into the 1,000-meter line. So keeping the blades very tight to the water. Stanford doing a nice job and increasing their lead over University of San Diego. University of San Diego is still sitting bow to stern now over San Diego State. And San Diego State has increased their lead over Sacramento State now with a half a length of open water over Sacramento. So Sacramento sitting in 4th, 5 seats over UC Santa Barbara, and UC Santa Barbara 6 seats over Orange Coast College. So Orange Coast in 6th, bow to stern over our 7th place crew from UC San Diego. 1,000 meters to go. It is Stanford all the way now with 1 full boat length of open water over 2nd place, University of San Diego.
And thank you, Adrian, for that early race call here in the Women's Novice 8 Grand Final. Stanford continues in the lead by a growing margin of open water. And folks, I'd like to point out those Stanford women that you see racing, those are lightweight women in an open weight category, and they are dominating. So that is a superb effort by the Stanford lightweight women here as they race all the open weight novice women here at Lake Natoma. Stanford continues to grow their lead. They're taking a seat of water about every 2 to 3 strokes here as they come down the course. 2nd place continues to be University of San Diego in lane 1. They're holding off lane 3 San Diego State for that bronze medal and silver medal position. In 4th place, Sacramento State in lane 4. They've held on to that position, but they're being challenged every stroke by Santa Barbara in lane 6. Orange Coast continues in 6th place with UC San Diego or outside lane trailing. Women's Novice 8's now approaching 1,500 meters. And again, the Stanford lightweight novice women are just doing a superb job here as they show a lot of speed and a very high strength-to-weight ratio at this championship regatta. Stanford's gold medal position now is almost 2 boat lengths of open water over second place University of San Diego. Lane 1, University of San Diego, holding off third place San Diego State in lane 3 by about 3 seats open water. Half a boat length behind San Diego State in fourth place Sacramento State. Sacramento State still holding off Santa Barbara by about 5 seats. Santa Barbara rowing in lane number 6. Chasing Santa Barbara is Orange Coast and UC San Diego to round out the field as these boats now roll into the spectator area, head for the line to collect their medals. Stanford women, that's lightweight women, all alone at 200 meters to go, just making this so easy for a novice event, rowing as well as many varsity crews that I've seen as they come to the line all alone for the gold medal. University of San Diego for the silver along the shore. And then for the bronze medal, San Diego State with open water. San Diego State for the bronze with open water over fourth place Sac State. And then fifth place Santa Barbara. Then Coast and UC San Diego. And the Stanford lightweight women do it for the gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the official results for the men's varsity 4 grand final. In third place, University of Puget Sound with a time of 7:01.9. In second place, UC Irvine with a time of 6:55.1. And in first place, Loyola Marymount University with a time of 6:50.8.
And we have had a start in the grand final of the men's novice 8. 7 boats on the course. Santa Clara University in lane 1, Orange Coast College lane 2, lane 3 Washington State, lane 4 UC Santa Barbara, lane 5 UC Davis, lane 6 UC San Diego, and lane 7 University of Oregon. And hot out of the gates, it will be lane 1 Santa Clara University. They have really come out at a blazing 46 strokes a minute. Just at 250 meters in, they already have a 5-seat lead over everyone else. UC Santa Barbara, rowing out of lane 4, is sitting in that second place position. And they are looking at a challenge right now from Orange Coast College out of lane 2. So still very early on. A lot will shake out even just by 500 meters. So we'll come back with the race call in just a few strokes. Santa Clara continuing with the lead. Their stroke rate really hasn't settled down all that much. We have them clocked at a 39, 38 strokes a minute, but it's working for them right now. They have 7 seats over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara and OCC bow ball to bow ball. So right now, too close to call for that second and third place position. Maybe a slight advantage to Orange Coast College, just as I said that, and coming into 750 meters in. So Orange Coast, they're now with 1 seat over UC Santa Barbara in third. In our 4th place spot, we'll move back to the inside. That's Washington State. So Washington State in 4th. They have 4 seats over our 5th place crew, UC San Diego. UC San Diego is sitting with a bit of open water over lane 7, University of Oregon, and University of Oregon with half a boat length of open water over UC Davis in lane 5. Impeccable rowing here from Santa Clara as they come into the halfway point. They're still holding on to that lead, but not a whole lot of movement from the other crews. They're still holding off Orange Coast College, UC Santa Barbara right off of the stern of Orange Coast College. We've got Washington State still in 4th, sitting a few seats above UC San Diego. University of Oregon in 6th, UC Davis in 7th. We'll turn it over to Bob.
Well, thank you, Adrian. This is a barn burner of a race, and we've had a slight change here as now Santa Barbara in lane 4 moves into that 3rd place position ahead of Washington State. So it's still Santa Clara in the lead, but pacing them closely is Orange Coast, and now in 3rd place, Santa Barbara in the bright yellow jerseys. Santa Clara, with a long history, is a very scrappy, tough program, and they're showing that here with their novice men as they come down the course with a good, strong performance, holding off a long-established program of Orange Coast. Santa Barbara, a club program, going after the varsity program from Santa Clara. 4th place continues to be Washington State, but pacing them is UC San Diego. That's going to be anyone's call for 4th place right now. Right back behind UC San Diego, in 6th place is the University of Oregon, and then open water Oregon is our final team, UC Davis. Men's novice 8's now at 1,500 meters. The race is getting closer and tighter as we approach the spectator area. Santa Clara's lead is nothing huge. It's still a nail-biter as Coast and Santa Barbara stay right on the hunt next to Santa Clara. The Broncos have got to watch out because Santa Barbara is slowly chipping away at everybody. Santa Barbara hanging tough in the blue shell, now pulling even with Coast. It's too close to call for the silver medal at 400 meters. Still, Santa Clara for gold, but Santa Barbara right there almost pulling even now with Santa Clara. This could be a turnaround for the gold medal. And now it's Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara for the gold, just ahead of Santa Clara. Falling back to 3rd. On the outside, UC San Diego for 4th, then Washington State, then University of Oregon, and finally UC Davis. Santa Barbara by half a deck. And now the bow balls are even again. It's too close to call. Will it be Santa Clara? Will it be Santa Barbara? And now Santa Barbara up again by a quarter deck. Now half a deck. Now 1 seat. Now 2 seats. What a push. It's Santa Barbara for the gold men's novice 8s. Over Santa Clara. Coast for the bronze. UC San Diego for 4th. What a finish for the men's novice 8s.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the official results for the Women's Novice 8 Grand Final. In third place, San Diego State University with a time of 7:25.2. In second place, University of San Diego with a time of 7:16.9. And in first place, the Stanford Lightweight Woman with a time of 7:05.9.
And we have the petite final for the women's JV8 for Division II, Division III, and club programs. Currently underway and just past the 250-meter line. In lane 1, we have UC Santa Barbara B. In lane 2, Willamette University. In lane 3, Humboldt State. Lane 4, Mills College. And lane 5, University of Puget Sound B. Still early on, but as we approach 500 meters, it is UC Santa Barbara B sitting with 7 seats over HSU. So Humboldt State in our second place position. They have 5 seats over lane 5, University of Puget Sound B. Puget Sound in third, sitting 2 seats over Willamette, and then Willamette sitting 6 seats over Mills. All boats now at 500 meters. And all boats now at 750 meters. UC Santa Barbara B still on the lead with 5 seats now over Humboldt State. And both of these boats with a little bit of open water over the remaining field. In our third place position, we continue with University of Puget Sound. They are sitting just off of the stern deck of Humboldt's boat, but with about a stern advantage over Willamette. Willamette sitting with a bit of open water now over Mills, so Mills in 5th. And as crews approach the 1,000-meter line, not much has changed. UC Santa Barbara is still sitting with about a 5 to 6 seat advantage over Humboldt State, and Humboldt State moving just a little bit farther away from Puget Sound. So a bit of open water for Humboldt State over Puget Sound. Puget Sound in 3rd place with 7 seats over Willamette. Willamette taking a big jump here at 1,000 meters. They've taken a couple of seats away from Puget Sound's lead, but Willamette still in 4th. Now with 1.5 boat lengths of open water over Mills. We'll turn it over to Bob for the final call of this petite final. These crews racing for places 7 through 11 in the JV8.
And the women's petite final for the D2, D3, and club teams now approaching 1,500 meters. 3 leaders easy to call here, as you heard from Adrian. Santa Barbara's B boat out in front. They've got 1 length over lane number 3, Humboldt State. Humboldt State with open water over lane number 5, the University of Puget Sound's B boat. Those are your 3 boats here for the petite final in the lead. Now, chasing University of Puget Sound is going to be lane number 2, Willamette University. Willamette now actually is moving. They are taking a 10, and they are moving up almost even with that outside boat, Puget Sound's B boat, at 1,500. So Willamette might move into the 3rd place position here in the petite final as we approach the spectator area. Continuing to trail in the final position is Mills College down from Francisco Bay Area. And here they come into the spectator area. Again, this is the petite final. The winner of this event for the women's D2, D3, and club JV8 can claim 7th place overall. Right now that team is the B boat from UC Santa Barbara, followed by Humboldt State. And now back again is the B boat from Puget Sound, staying ahead of Willamette University, which made a hard charge right after 1,500. But then Puget Sound responded with their own charge to hold them off. And it has worked as we now come to the line here at Lake Natoma. The Division 2, 3, and club teams, women's JV8's petite final now finishing unofficially Santa Barbara's B boat, followed by Humboldt State, and then the B boat from University of Puget Sound. Here comes that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the official results of the exciting finish to the men's Novice 8 Grand Final. In third place, Orange Coast College with a time of 6:19.5. In second place, Santa Clara University with a time of 6:18.3. And in first place, UC Santa Barbara with a time of 6:17.3.
And the grand final of the women's JV8 for Division II, Division III, and club programs currently underway and approaching 250 meters in. In lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, Western Washington. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, Pacific Lutheran University. Lane 5, University of Puget Sound. And Lane 6, Lewis and Clark. And just shy of 500 meters in, our leaders will come in lane order. UC San Diego is holding on to a 2-seat lead over Western Washington. And Western Washington, new blades it looks like for Western this year. I like that color scheme with the white and a little tip of blue. Western Washington doing a great job holding on to a 6-seat lead over Pacific Lutheran University. So Pacific Lutheran in lane 4, they are sitting just half a seat over UC Santa Barbara. So really tight here for that third place spot between Pacific Lutheran and UC Santa Barbara. Now back to those two boats by about 7 seats will be lane 5, University of Puget Sound. They have 4 seats over Lewis and Clark in lane 6. But now just past the 500-meter line, UC San Diego doing a great job pulling ahead now 6 seats of Western Washington. Of our top 2 boats rowing at 36 strokes a minute. So UC San Diego now 7 seats over Western Washington. Western sitting with 6 seats now over UC Santa Barbara. So UC Santa Barbara slipping into that third place position at 750 meters. They have moved past Pacific Lutheran and are in a position to see one of those colors of medals come their way. They have 4 seats over Pacific Lutheran. Pacific Lutheran bow to stern over University of Puget Sound. And University of Puget Sound bow to stern over Lewis and Clark. All boats now approaching 1,000 meters to go.
And ladies and gentlemen, the grand final for the women's D2, D3, and club women's JV8s now at the halfway markers. That leader that you heard, Adrian call, continues to be lane 1, University of California at San Diego. They continue to hold on to that lead position over Western Washington University in lane 2. Western Washington in second place. Close behind them, lane 3 in third place, UC Santa Barbara. Now, UC Santa Barbara is holding off a hard-charging Pacific Lutheran in lane 4. Lane 4 in that fourth place position, matching the speed of Santa Barbara at 1,100 meters. Further back behind Pacific Lutheran, bow to stern, is fifth place University of Puget Sound. And then open water behind Puget Sound is our final team, Lewis and Clark College from Portland. The women's Division II, Division III, and club JV8s now past 1,250 meters, approaching 1,500, rowing into a very small wind patch, nothing major, just enough to challenge their blade work a little bit here at Lake Natoma after yesterday's hellacious windstorm that we had. Lane 1 continues to be the leader, UC San Diego, holding on to a strong stroke here with a lot of good length as they charge across the 1,500-meter line first ahead of the entire field. They are now bow to stern ahead of Western Washington. Western Washington 5 seats over third place Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara charging now, though, making a move at 1,500 and trying to get a couple of seats back from Western Washington. In fourth place, it continues to be Pacific Lutheran. Pacific Lutheran continues to hold off Puget Sound. Puget Sound in fifth place. They're down one length, bow to stern, behind Pacific Lutheran. And then trailing in sixth is Lewis and Clark. The grand final for the women's D2, D3, and club JV8s now in the spectator area as along the shore, lane 1, UC San Diego holds on to their lead. They're in the yellow shell, easy to see as they come into the spectator area. Now the race between Santa Barbara and Western Washington gets closer as Santa Barbara is charging now, putting their bow ball at the 3 seat and soon to be the 2 seat of Western Washington. Who is going to take the silver medal? Is it going to be Western Washington or Santa Barbara? UC San Diego is all alone for the gold by about advantage. Santa Barbara is still charging. Will they overtake Western Washington? And now they are pulling even. Santa Barbara pulling even for that bow ball to bow ball finish. It's Santa Barbara now up a seat. Santa Barbara taking the silver medal away from Western Washington. 10 strokes to go. Will it change? It's going to be Santa Barbara for that silver, UC San Diego for the gold, Western for the bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the results for the Women's JV8 Division II Division III Club Petite Finals. In third place, with a time of 7:31.8, University of Puget Sound B. In second place, Humboldt State University, with a time of 7:33.5. And in first place, UC Santa Barbara B, with a time of 7:29.8.
And here we go at the petite final for the men's JV8. They are past the breakage point, approaching 250 meters in. And right now we have lane 1, Washington State, lane 2, San Diego State, lane 3, UC Davis, lane 4, UC Irvine, and lane 5, Lewis and Clark. And a really quick start here by lane 2, San Diego State. They jumped out of the gates at about 46 strokes a minute, and looks like they are holding on to that lead by about 3 seats right now over Washington State. So San Diego State in the lead, holding off Washington State sitting 6 seats over UC Irvine. So UC Irvine sitting bow to stern over UC Davis, and then UC Davis with a bit of open water over Lewis and Clark College. And rates have settled down. Crews just past 500 meters. San Diego State just holding on to a slight lead over Washington State. But we'll look to those two crews further down the course to see what Washington State can do, because just as I've said that, they took a half a seat, now 1 full seat on San Diego State. So Washington State moving into the lead, but just barely. What they've done, they're pushing each other so hard that they now, both two crews, have open water over the rest of the field. So Irvine in third. They are back to San Diego State by half a boat length of open water, and they are bow to stern over UC Davis. So UC Davis in fourth with 1.5 boat lengths of open water over Lewis and Clark. All crews now approaching 1,000 meters to go. And Washington State really taking advantage here of whatever power move they just did at the 1,000-meter line. They They now have a 1 full boat length lead over San Diego State. So nice move there by Washington State as we come into the halfway point. San Diego State in second, sitting a half a boat length of open water over UC Irvine, and UC Irvine bow to stern over Davis. Davis sitting with a couple of boat lengths between themselves and Lewis and Clark. This is the petite final for the men's JV8.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you heard Adrian make the call, this is the petite final for the men's JV8s. And even though San Diego State, which is lane 2, had that fast start, it's the patient and controlled rowing coming out of lane 1, Washington State, that has now put them into that first place position. They may not have been the fastest crew out of the starting blocks, but they have been the fastest crew for the middle 1,000 meters. They continue to hold on to a full length advantage now over second place San Diego State. These two boats, while they pace each other, continue to push away from UC Irvine in lane 4. Irvine in third place, about 4 seats up over UC Davis in lane 3. UC Davis in fourth place. In the final position, Lewis and Clark College in fifth here in the men's JV8 petite final. The winner of this race can claim 7th place overall in the men's JV8s. By JV8s, we mean the second fastest varsity 8s of each program. Top 4 boats now past 1,500 meters. As Washington State continues to row long and strong, they are continuing to put water between themselves and second place San Diego State. Washington State has a long history of trying to take on any program they can, and they've had a lot of racing experience this year, traveling to a lot of different regattas, and right now you're looking at a lot of experience coming at you in lane 1. Rowing cleanly as they start to work the stroke rate up. It's Washington State now with almost a full boat length of open water between themselves and second place San Diego State here in the petite final of the men's JV8s. Third place continues to be UC Irvine. UC Irvine's program was almost shut down completely a couple of years ago, but they have brought it back from the dead, and Irvine doing a great job here at WIRA's as they are in third place here in the petite final. Davis for fourth, Lewis and Clark for fifth, as the petite final for the men's JV8s now comes to the line at the 2016 WIRA Championships.
And the grand final for the men's JV8 is currently underway. In lane 1, we have UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, UC San Diego B. Lane 4, Santa Clara. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara B. And lane 6, UCLA. And a quick start out of the gates here for UC San Diego. They are our current leader, still very early on in the race, and we are just shy of 500 meters in. But UC San Diego has 4 seats over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara sitting in that second place position. They are sitting with about 7 seats over UCLA out in the outside lane, lane 6. UCLA sitting half a seat over lane 4, Santa Clara. Actually, I'm going to take that back. That's not Santa Clara. That would be UC San Diego and their B boat. So UC San Diego B sitting in the 4th place position, and then Santa Clara in 5th. Now back to Santa Clara by about a half length of open water. It will be the B boat from Santa Barbara. So UC Santa Barbara and UC San Diego with 2 boats. We hope not to confuse you here with the rest of the race call. I'll try and make that clear. But right now, let's go back to the leaders because there's been a little bit of a change while I was seeing what was going on for the 5th and 6th place position. It's like UC Santa Barbara has overtaken UC San Diego for that lead. So now UC Santa Barbara making a big move at 750 meters, now with 4 seats over UC San Diego. Both boats clocked at 37 strokes a minute and with open water over the rest of the field. So back to UC San Diego by half a boat length of open water. Really tight pack between UC San Diego's B boat, Santa Clara, and UCLA. Slight advantage to the B boat from UC San Diego for that 3rd place spot. UCLA right there with them and sitting just ahead of Santa Clara. UC Santa Barbara B, a little bit off the back by about a length and a half of open water in that 6th place position. All boats now coming to 1,000 meters.
And thank you, Adrian, for the early race call for the first 1,000 meters for the grand final of the men's JV8s. Even though there's 6 boats on the water, you're only looking at 4 teams because, as you heard, Santa Barbara has 2 boats in the grand final, and UC San Diego has 2 boats in this grand final, followed by Santa Clara and UCLA. Now, as you heard earlier, Adrian said lane 1, Santa Barbara in the yellow jerseys, just overtook UC San Diego in lane 2 for that gold medal position. That continues to be the case at 1,100 meters. But UC San Diego in lane 2 is hanging tough. They are not trying to let any more water get away from them. But Santa Barbara is known for charging hard. They are a dominant club program here on the West Coast. Going into the inside, lane 3, the B boat from UC San Diego, now in that 3rd place position, but not by much, as they hold off Santa Clara University by about 4 seats. In the 5th place position, outside to lane 6, UCLA. UCLA with the powder blue blades. You'll see them in the outside lane all the way across the lake. They are in 5th place right now, and they have lots of open water between themselves and 6th place B boat from UC Santa Barbara. The 2 leaders now at 1,500 meters, though. It's still Santa Barbara for the gold, followed by UC San Diego Tritons for the silver. Third place is going to be that B boat from UC San Diego, staying ahead of Santa Clara and UCLA. UC San Diego might bring home 2 medals from this grand final for their program. Santa Barbara now opening up their lead a little bit more as they rate, charging, great catches, crisp to the water as they power away. They are now about a seat open water up on UC San Diego. UC San Diego running out of time if they want to move up on them. Santa Barbara, though, continuing to take it full speed to the finish line. They've got that fast lane, and they're using every inch of it. UC San Diego's B boat holding off Santa Clara. UC San Diego's B boat for the bronze. Santa Clara for fourth. UCLA for fifth. And the B boat from Santa Barbara for sixth in the grand final of the men's JV8s. 100 meters to go, and it'll be another gold medal for Santa Barbara as they make easy work of UC San Diego all the way to the line. It's going to be golden, and here it comes. Men's JV8 Grand Final, Santa Barbara, University of California, San Diego. And then the B boat coming in for third from UC San Diego.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the official results for the men's JV8 Petite Final. In third place, UC Davis with a time of 6:47.1. In second place, San Diego State University with a time of 6:35.8. And in first place, Washington State University with a time of 6:30.
And we are at 250 meters already in the grand final for the women's JV8 for Division 1 and open programs. We've got 6 boats on the course. Stanford in lane 1, Sacramento State A in lane 2, San Diego State A in lane 3, St. Mary's College lane 4, Sacramento State B in lane 5, and San Diego State B in lane 6. Coming out to a quick start, just as we saw before in the novice 8, it will be Stanford. Stanford rowing out of lane 1. They had a blazing start, and they already have a 4-seat lead, not quite at 500 meters in. So 4-seat lead over Sacramento State, and Sac State sitting with 3 seats over San Diego State. And those are the A boats for both Sacramento and San Diego. And San Diego State also with a quick start now with 1 length over Mary's fourth. Mary's College looking to have 6 seats over San Diego State's B boat in the lane, and San Diego 2 seats for Sac State B. And all boats now past 750 meters. Stanford continues with the lead, still sitting with 4 seats over Sac State, so very competitive with Sac. They're not letting Stanford get any further away from them. Sacramento State now 5 seats over San Diego State. And San Diego State looking very aggressive, hoping to lock in that 3rd place and continue to move away from St. Mary's College. So San Diego State in 3rd with 1 full boat length now of open water over St. Mary's College. St. Mary's looking to have about 1.5 lengths of open water over from San Diego State's B boat. And that B boat from San Diego State now 1 full length over the B boat entry from Sac State. 1,000 meters to go here in the JV8 for Division 1 programs.
And thank you, Adrian, for that early call. This is proving to be another fast race. And again, folks, you've got 6 boats on the water, but you've got 2 boats from San Diego State and 2 boats from Sacramento State, followed by teams from St. Mary's College and Stanford. Now, lane 1, that's the Stanford lightweight women. And again, they're racing in an open weight event here, but they're showing how strong and fit they are as they come down the course in 1st place at 1,100 meters. Sacramento State's A boat in 2nd place in lane 2. Sacramento State holding off a hard-charging San Diego State A boat in lane 3. These top 3 boats now have a comfortable open water advantage over the remaining field. St. Mary's in lane 4. In 4th place, they have a full boat length of open water over San Diego State's B boat in lane 6. And then the position, the B boat from Sacramento State. All boats now past 1,250 meters as the Stanford lightweight women race in this open JV event for the medals. Lots of equal speed here right now as we come into 1,500 meters. The Stanford light women in lane 1 still in the lead, followed by Sacramento State's A boat and San Diego State's A boat for the next 2 positions. They're all moving through the water at about the same speed, pacing one another. So what you're seeing is early strategic moves by each coxswain to try to get their boat in a better position. These top 3 boats all have a medal position that's very clear. The bigger question is, will lane 3 San Diego State move up on lane 2 Sacramento State? 4th place St. Mary's College has a full boat length of open water they'd have to make up to get into a medal position. San Diego State's B boat has even more open water to make up and then trailing continues to be the B boat from the Hornets right here at Sacramento State. Grand final for the women's JV8s, now coming into the last 300 meters. That's the Stanford lightweight making it look easy. Once again, their novice women did it, and now their JV women are doing it, and it's looking like a cakewalk as they come down to the finish line. Chasing them and trying to catch them is lane 2, Sacramento State. Sacramento State has their bow ball at the stroke seat of the Stanford lightweight women. 1 seat open water back, we go to third place, San Diego State Aztecs. Gold, silver, bronze, lanes 1, 2, and 3 as they come to the line. St. Mary's College in fourth. This is the grand final for the women's Division I and open category here at Lake Natoma. Coming to the line, Stanford lightweight women in the open weight event here looking golden.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the official results for the men's JV8 Grand Final. In third place, UC San Diego B with a time of 6:22.7. In second place, UC San Diego with a time of 6:10.8. And in first place, UC Santa Barbara with a time of 6:07.
And we are awaiting a start in the grand final for the men's lightweight 8. Just 3 boats on the course will be lane 1, UC Santa Barbara, lane 2, Sacramento State, and lane 3, California. we have had a start in the grand final for the men's lightweight 8. Just 3 boats on the course, but looking to be very competitive right out of the gate. Right now, too close to call between UC Santa Barbara and Sac State for that lead position. Both those boats have about a half a boat length over California in lane 3. We'll come back at the 500-meter mark with a race call. And all boats now past 500 meters. The leader right now will be UC Santa Barbara coming out of lane 1. They have a 3.5 seat lead over Sacramento. Stroke rate's pretty high here for both Santa Barbara and Sacramento. We have Santa Barbara clocked at a 38, Sacramento at a 37. Sacramento sitting with 8 seats over California, and California at 35 strokes a minute. And all boats now approaching 1,000 meters to go. Santa Barbara continues with the lead, extending just a little bit now, 6 seats over Sacramento, and Sacramento sitting bow to stern over California. So a very tenacious crew out there in lane 3 with California. They're really holding tight to that Sacramento boat as we come into the halfway point. Stroke rates stay the same, 38 for Santa Barbara, 37 for Sacramento, and 35-36 for California. 1,000 meters to go here in the grand final for the men's lightweight 8.
And folks, as you've heard, this is the grand final for the men's lightweight 8s, but it's really a straight final as there's only 3 entries this year. In years past, we've seen more entries from some teams that currently aren't racing in lightweight 8 this year. All depends on if they get lightweight rowers to come out for their program. But right now, as you heard, Santa Barbara in the lead, still in the lead, ahead of Sacramento State, the team from here at Lake Natoma, with California in 3rd place. The Cal Lightweights, a long, storied program here in the WIRA League. They're in that 3rd final position here at 1,250 meters. Lightweight racing means all these rowers are only at 160 pounds, and so the racing is very intense as you're looking at almost equal oarsmen across the boats. You don't see the weight disparity that you would in an open weight, heavyweight category. The big question is, can anyone stop the UC Santa Barbara juggernaut? They are a battleship of as they just keep taking gold medal after gold medal away from all these other programs. Right now, as we approach 1,500 meters, Santa Barbara's got 8 seats over Sacramento State. Sacramento State making a push right now to try to make that only 6 seats, and it looks like they've taken 2 seats back from Santa Barbara just past the 1,500 meter line. California continues in 3rd. Their bow ball is at the coxswain of Sacramento State. Sacramento State moving up a little bit more now. This is getting a little bit more interesting as earlier on in the race, the boats were spread out a little bit more. But now Santa Barbara, still in the lead, has a bit more of a race on its hand as Sacramento State tries to put their stinger into the Gaucho's hide and take that gold medal away from them. .200 meters to go, and Sac State is in contact with Santa Barbara. They've got their bow ball at the 6th seat. Can they get it further down the line with only 200 meters to go? There's not a lot of time, and there goes Santa Barbara with their sprint And now it's going to be another gold medal for Santa Barbara. Men's lightweight 8 coming to the line. Santa Barbara, Sacramento State, and California to the line with another gold medal for the Santa Barbara program.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the official results for Race 71, Women's JV8, Division 1 Open Grand Final. In third place, San Diego State University A-Boat with a time of 7:03.9. In second place, Sacramento State A-Boat with a time of 6:58.7. And in first place, Stanford with a time of 6:57.
And we have the third level final on deck here for the women's varsity 8 for Division 2, Division 3, and club programs. We only have 2 boats racing in the third level final. In lane 1, UC Davis, and lane 2, Washington State. So we have had a start. It looks to be clean. All boats approaching 250 meters. And at 250 meters, it was a quick start here by UC Davis. and they do have the lead, 6 seats over Washington State. We will pick up the race call again at 500 meters and let you know if there's been any changeabouts. We'll turn this over to Bob for the remainder of this third level final.
And the third level final for the women's D2, D3, and club programs, now passing 500 meters. Only 2 boats on the course, and the leader is UC Davis. Davis out now by about a full length over the Cougars from Washington State. We're going to give you race updates every 500 meters, so the next one will be at the halfway markers as these 2 boats follow each other down the course in this third level final for the women's Division 2, 3, and club programs. But again, Davis in the lead at this point over the club program, the women's club program at Washington State, here at Lake Natoma's 2016 WIRA Championships. And at the 1,000 meters for the third level final for the women's D2, D3, and club program, Davis continues in the lead now by an increasing margin over Washington State. Both of these women's boats are from club programs. Washington State actually has 2 women's programs. This one originally started as their women's lightweight program and now is open, I believe, to other walk-on students. In addition to this, Washington State also has a Division 1 program, but they are not here today. They'll be here at the Pac-12 Championships. So these 2 club boats now approaching 1,500 meters. We'll give you the next race call just after that point here in the third level final for the women's D2, D3 club JV8, varsity 8s. And both boats now pass the 1,500 meter lines. Davis making easy work of this race as their lead only continues to grow here in the third level final for the women's D2, D3, and club varsity 8s. Washington State rowing cleanly. They've got good water, just not able to match the speed of the Aggie women. As they come into the spectator tent, give them a shout out here as they come to the finish line, as they race for honor here in the third level final at the 2016 WIRA Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have official results for the men's lightweight 8 grand final. In third place, California with a time of 6:30.6. In second place, Sacramento with a time of 6:26.4. And in first place, UC Santa Barbara with a time of 6:23.3.
And we have had a start in the petite final for the women's varsity 8 for Division 2, Division 3, and club programs, this time with 6 boats on the water. We have University of Puget Sound in lane 1, Willamette University in lane 2, Lewis and Clark in lane 3, California in lane 4, Mills College lane 5, and Sonoma State in lane 6. And our early leader here as we approach 500 meters will come out of lane 3. That's Lewis and Clark College. They had a really nice start and have used that quickness to take advantage and move ahead of the rest of the field. They have 7 seats over our lane 1 crew from University of Puget Sound. So Lewis and Clark in the lead, followed by University of Puget Sound, and UPS sitting with 7 seats over Willamette University in lane 2. Top 3 crews just now coming to 500 meters in. In the 4th place position, we'll move over to lane 4. That's California. They're sitting just a few seats above Mills College in lane 5, and then Mills College with 1 length of open water over Sonoma State. And Lewis and Clark now has an open water lead over University of Puget Sound. Both those 2 boats clocked at 34 strokes a minute. Water is beautiful and glassy out here. Just a little bit of a headwind as we come to 750 meters in. University of Puget Sound sitting bow to stern now over Willamette, and Willamette now 5 seats over California. California in 4th. California looking to have 6 seats over Mills College. And Mills continuing to increase their lead over Sonoma State. Again, this is the petite final for the women's varsity 8 for Division 2, 3, and club programs. All boats approaching 1,000 meters to go.
And as you heard Adrian make the call here for the petite final of the women's D2 and D3 club programs, Lewis and Clark in the bright orange jerseys, they've got a good lead here going on as they come into the last 1,000 meters. There's a saying among rowing coaches that anyone can be fast for the first 1,000, but Lewis and Clark is proving that they can be fast for the first 1,000 and the second 1,000 as they have a lead now that is open water over second place University of Puget Sound. Puget Sound themselves with the lead bow to stern over Willamette in lane 2. Willamette about 5 seats over California in lane 4. California in 4th place. In 5th place, it is Mills College, a small private all-women's school in the East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area, and they have plenty of open between themselves and the trailing team from Sonoma State University. The winner of this event can claim 7th place overall among the women's D2, D3, and club varsity 8s. But it's Lewis and Clark still in the lead, followed by Puget Sound as we come into the last 1,500 meters. Just as we hit the 1,500-meter markers, it's very apparent that California in lane 4, those are the Cal lightweight women, they're trying so hard to catch up with Willamette in lane 2. If they do, that puts them in a better position coming to the finish line to at least claim a 3rd-place finish in the petite final. They're still down by about 6 seats, so they've got time, but not a lot of time to make a difference. Lewis and Clark, however, out in front, lane number 3 with the orange jerseys, It's a walk away for them here in the petite final of the women's varsity eights. 350 meters to go for Lewis and Clark, and along the shore, University of Puget Sound in second, still holding off Willamette and California. Mills and Sonoma State round out the field here in the petite final, D2-D3 Club women's varsity eights. Lewis and Clark hailing from Portland, Oregon. And there they are at 200 meters to go. They keep taking water. They keep taking water every stroke from every boat. Look at that open water advantage. It's only growing while they're rowing as they come to the finish line.
We are awaiting the start for the grand final of the women's varsity 8 for Division 2, Division 3, and club programs. In Lane 1, Orange Coast College. Lane 2, Western Washington. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, UC San Diego. Lane 5, Pacific Lutheran University. And Lane 6, Humboldt State. And we have had a clean start here in the grand final of the women's varsity 8. With 6 boats on the course, there is still a lot of contact, not that much separation between crews, but we do have an early leader coming out of lane 1. That is Orange Coast College. So Orange Coast seated first coming into this event today, right next to Western Washington. They have had a really quick start out of the gate and already have 3 seats over our second place crew out of lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. So Orange Coast 3 seats over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara sitting with 5 seats over Western Washington. Western Washington in third, but neck and neck right now with Pacific Lutheran University in lane 5. In the 5th place position, we're going to move over to lane 4. That's UC San Diego. They are sitting 2 seats over Humboldt State. Humboldt State rowing out of lane 6. All boats now at 500 meters. Orange Coast College and UC Santa Barbara pacing each other now. UC Santa Barbara just sitting 1 seat shy of Orange Coast's lead. Both of those boats being clocked at 35 strokes a minute. And Orange Coast now taking back a couple of those seats that UC Santa Barbara had walked on them. So now Orange Coast with a 3-seat lead over UC Santa Barbara. And Western Washington still right there in that 3rd place position at 750 meters to go. They are sitting about 5 seats down from UC Santa Barbara. 4th place still belongs to Pacific Lutheran. They have 7 seats over both UC San Diego and Humboldt State. So too close to call right now for that 5th or 6th place position between both UC San Diego and Humboldt. Orange Coast College shifting their rate up a little bit to a 36. They have 4 seats over both Western and UC Santa Barbara. Big move here by Western as we approach the halfway point. Western now sitting 1 seat over UC Santa Barbara. Now UC Santa Barbara in 3rd. They have a bow to stern advantage over Pacific Lutheran, and Pacific Lutheran sitting bow to stern over Humboldt State. So Humboldt State has moved into that 5th place position. They now have 7 seats over UC San Diego. We'll turn it over to Bob on Rattlesnake Hill for the last half of this race. This is the grand final for the women's varsity 8.
Well, thank you, Adrian. This is proving to be a great race. The 3 front runners, lanes 1, 2, and 3, are all in contact with each other, as you heard, ladies and gentlemen, here in the D2, D3 Club grand final for the women's varsity 8s. Santa Barbara is right there next to Western Washington. Western Washington right there next to Orange Coast. Western Washington has had a strong women's program for many, many years, so do not discount them here. Orange Coast, however, has turned around their women's program, and this is great speed coming out of a 2-year school. Keep that in mind. Orange Coast College is only a 2-year program, a community college, so you're looking at people that have only been in Orange Coast for 2 years as they take on these programs that have rowers that are 4 years deep. It's Western Washington in the blue boat pacing Orange Coast in the yellow Empacher. Coast still up on Western Washington, but only by about 3 to 4 seats as we approach 1,500 meters. Both these boats now are pushing away from Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara's taken in a lot of gold medals today, but right now they're in a bronze medal position as they hold off Pacific Lutheran, Humboldt State, and UC San Diego. And now Western Washington has pulled ahead of Orange Coast, just past 1,500 meters. It's Western Washington up by a deck, maybe a seat. It's Western Washington. They've taken the lead away from Coast as they come into the last 400 meters. They are now increasing that lead. Western Washington just hit the afterburners. They are laying it down, and they are starting to walk every stroke away from Coast. What a move by Western Washington. Moving up closer to coast now is Santa Barbara. It's Western Washington, Orange Coast, UC Santa Barbara, Pacific Lutheran for 4th, Humboldt State for 5th, and then UC San Diego in the grand final for the women's D2, D3 club programs. Western Washington now up almost 8 seats over coast. Behind them for most of the race, and at 1,400 meters they made a big push. By 1,600 meters they had the lead. They've still got the lead. Now it's only 6 seats with 100 meters to go. Santa Barbara for the bronze. Humboldt trying to catch Pacific Lutheran. It's Western Washington 10 strokes away from another gold for their long and storied program. A fantastic race for the Western Washington women, and there's their gold medal finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement. Would Thomas Kiefer of Chapman University please come to the finish line tent? Thomas Kiefer of Chapman University, please come to the finish line tent. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have official results for the Women's Varsity 8 D2, D3 Club, third and petite level finals. In the third level final, in second place, Washington State University with a time of 7:43.7. And in first place, UC Davis with a time of 7:25.8. In the Women's Varsity 8 D2, D3 Club, petite level final. In third place, Washington Willamette University with a time of 7:25.6. In second place, University of Puget Sound with a time of 7:19.9. And in first place, Lewis and Clark with a time of 7:09.4.
How to start? And we have had a start in the men's varsity 8 third level final. Just 3 boats in this race. with Lewis and Clark in lane 1, Sonoma State in lane 2, and Long Beach State in lane 3. All boats approaching 500 meters in, and already Lewis and Clark has taken a 1 boat length lead over Sonoma State. Excuse me, that will be, yep, that is Lewis and Clark with a 1 boat length lead over Sonoma State. Sonoma State sitting 2 seats over Long Beach State. And Clark really opening it up here. 36 strokes a minute for them. They already have 1 boat length of open water. They're going to see how far they can push ahead of these other 2 crews. Sonoma State rowing at 35 strokes a minute, and they continue to have just 3 seats over Long Beach State. And Long Beach State now overtaking Sonoma for that second place position just by 1 seat at 750 meters in. Beautiful glassy water out here. This is what Lake Natoma is known for. And Lewis and Clark just doing a bit of a time trial because they are so far out in front as we approach 1,000 meters. They still have a long way to go, and their coxswain being very aggressive, pushing them even further away from both Long Beach State and Sonoma. Long Beach State pulling ahead of Sonoma State now by 7 seats. Sonoma just not able to match the speed of that Long Beach or Lewis and Clark boat. 1,000 meters to go. This is the 3rd level final for the men's varsity 8.
And the 3rd level men's varsity 8 final here, now past the halfway markers, approaching 1,250 meters. The Pioneers from Lewis and Clark pioneering a trail down Lake Natoma here as they have that open water lead over the other 2 boats from Long Beach State in lane 3 and Sonoma State in lane 2. Again, this is the 3rd level final. Lewis and Clark here clearly leading. We'll give you the next call just before they come into the spectator area. But right now, with only 3 boats on the course, the race call is Lewis and Clark, followed by Long Beach State, and then Sonoma State. These are the men's varsity 8s, 3rd level final, coming to the line. And here they come into the spectator area. 3rd level final for the men's varsity 8s. That's Lewis and Clark in the orange jerseys out in front. A comfortable lead over Long Beach State in the black jerseys in lane 3, followed by Sonoma State in lane 2. The petite final for the men's varsity 8s will be up next, followed by the grand final. But right now it's the third level final finishing with Lewis and Clark clearly in the lead over Long Beach and Sonoma. Here comes that finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official results for the Women's Varsity 8, Division 2, Division 3, and Club Grand Final. In third place, UC Santa Barbara with a time of 6:58.6. In second place, Orange Coast College with a time of 6:56.1. And in first place, Western Washington University with a time of 6:54.
And we've had a start in the petite final for the men's varsity 8. 6 boats on the course and approaching 250 meters. In lane 1, UC Irvine. Lane 2, Washington State. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, San Diego State. Lane 5, Western Washington. And lane 6, University of Puget Sound. And off to a quick start here will be lane 1, UC Irvine, already with a 4-seat lead over Washington State. Washington State sitting 3 seats over UCLA. UCLA in third, 4 seats over San Diego State. Now, San Diego State is in that 4th place position with 5 seats over Western Washington. Western sitting 1 seat over University of Puget Sound. So they are pretty much in lane order. That is their placement. We'll come back in a couple hundred meters with an update on the race call. And just shy of 750 meters, Irvine continues with their lead, now sitting 1 full boat length over Washington State. So we have Irvine clocked at a 36 strokes a minute, Washington State at 34.5. UCLA is sitting in third, 1 boat length behind Washington State. They have a 38 strokes a minute, so really quite high there for UCLA. So we'll see what they can do for the last half of that race. If they keep up this stroke rate, let's see if they can make a move and come in to challenge Washington State. So UCLA is sitting in third. They are 8 seats over San Diego State. San Diego State in fourth. And San Diego State still sitting with 4 seats over Western Washington. Western Washington 2 seats over University of Puget Sound. All boats now coming to the halfway point. 1,000 meters to go. This is the petite final for the men's varsity 8.
And thank you for that great race call, Adrian. This is a great race coming down, even though it's a petite final. There's a lot of great racing out there like a grand final. Irvine in lane 1. Irvine's program, which only a few years ago was on its deathbed, is back, and they are rowing some great boats this weekend. Right now, their men's varsity 8 is in the lead here comfortably in this petite final here at Lake Natoma. They continue to increase their lead. They're at 1,100 meters now, but they're still taking water every stroke from lane 2, Washington State. The Cougars from Washington State with half a boat over UCLA, half a boat length over third place UCLA as we come into the last 750 meters. UCLA up 1 boat length over fourth place San Diego State. San Diego State holding off Western Washington, and the University of Puget Sound rounding out the field in 6th place here in the petite final for the men's varsity. Really ideal conditions today here at Lake Natoma for these crews. Unlike yesterday's very odd windstorm that we had, Irvine capitalizing on that good water in lane 1 as they continue to push away by an increasing open water advantage from 2nd place Washington State. 3rd place UCLA challenging Washington State now. They're pushing up a little closer as their bowman is at the 4 seat of Washington State with 400 meters to go. Both UCLA and Washington State with a slight open water advantage over Western Washington and Puget Sound. The winner of this race can claim 7th place overall in the men's varsity 8s. And right now that's going to be from the Anteaters of UC Irvine as they make easy work of this petite final in lane 1. Here they come in lane 1 as they pass the spectator tent, but look at UCLA, water blue blades. Lane 3, UCLA, overtaking Washington State for second place. It's Irvine and now UCLA and Washington State, bow ball to bow ball almost, slight advantage by a deck. Now a seat, now almost 2 seats for UCLA. And now Washington State coming back. Meanwhile, Irvine for the gold medal all alone with open water. It's UCLA, Washington State. UCLA, Washington State for that second place finish in the petite final. It looks like it's going to be UCLA. What a finish for the petites.
And ladies and gentlemen, we do have a start for the grand final of the men's varsity 8. We have 6 boats on the course. In lane 1, Santa Clara University. In lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, UC Davis. Lane 5, Orange Coast College. And lane 6, Loyola Marymount. We have had a clean start. All boats jumping out of the gate here. Very, very quick start, rowing at above 40 strokes a minute. 250 meters in, and all boats still very tightly packed. We'll come back with the race call at 500 meters. And just coming into 500 meters down, and it is Santa Clara along the shoreline, really leaving nothing on the table here. They had jumped out to a very quick lead, but now they are already at a 5-seat lead over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara rowing out of lane 3. So Santa Clara leading UC Santa Barbara by 5 to 6 seats. UC Santa Barbara also very aggressive here in the beginning stages of this race. They have a 7-seat advantage over UC San Diego rowing out of lane 2. So UC San Diego in that 3rd place position, but looking at lane 5, Orange Coast College to challenge UC San Diego for that 3rd place spot. Again, still very early on, so there'll certain to be quite a bit of change up as we come to the halfway point. But right now, it looks like UC San Diego and Orange Coast College locked dead even for that 3rd place position. Now back just behind them in that 5th place spot will be UC Davis. UC Davis rowing out of lane 4. They have 6 seats over lane 6, Marymount. 750 meters in, Santa Clara and UC Santa Barbara pushing themselves a little bit farther away from the rest of the field. Santa Clara now with 7 seats over UC Santa Barbara. Santa Clara looking for open water by the halfway point. I can see that coxswain looking across at the UC Santa Barbara boat. So Santa Clara right now at 37. It'll be their bow first across the line with 1,000 meters to go. They're followed by UC Santa Barbara also rowing at 38. And now a little bit of open water for UC Santa Barbara over UC San Diego. So UC San Diego sitting with 3 seats over Orange Coast College. Orange Coast in 4th. Bow to stern over both Loyola Marymount and UC Davis. So too close to call between Loyola Marymount and UC Davis. We'll turn it over to Bob on the hill for the final strokes, the last half of this grand final for the men's varsity 8.
And thank you, Adrian. Here we are with the last 2 races of the weekend for the 2016 WIRA Championships. The men's varsity 8 grand final now approaching 1,250 meters with Santa Clara in control, followed by Santa Barbara, and then UC San Diego chasing hard in 4th place, and definitely a threat for a medal position, Orange Coast College in lane 5. Behind Orange Coast, we have the 2 remaining teams, UC Davis and Loyola Marymount. As we now approach 1,500 meters, Santa Barbara still trying to catch the Broncos from Santa Clara in lane 1. Santa Clara at that high rate, they have started with it, they have held it, and it's working to their advantage as they're going to be the first crew to hit the 1,500 meter line. Santa Barbara in the gold jerseys will be second. Still in 3rd place, but not by much, will be UC San Diego in lane 2, with Orange Coast in lane 5 chasing hard, trying to get that bronze medal position away from UC San Diego. Just a reminder that Orange Coast College is a 2-year program, but they're rowing like a 4-year program here in this grand final. Along the shore, 350 meters to go. It's Santa Clara, their coxswains at the bow ball of Santa Barbara. It's Santa Clara, Santa Barbara, and still UCSD holding off Orange Coast. On the outside, Loyola Marymount just ahead for 5th over UC Davis. 200 meters to go. Santa Barbara now inside Santa Clara's boat. It's been Santa Clara's race all the way down the course for the men's varsity 8s. They've still got that gold medal position. Santa Barbara chasing hard for the silver. Orange Coast now even for the bronze medal. Will it be Orange Coast or UC San Diego for the bronze medal? It's too close to call from the hill. Loyola for 5th, Davis for 6th. Santa Clara still has it. They've got it, and it's theirs at the line. And it looks like Coast takes the bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we await the results for the men's Varsity 8 Grand Final, we have the official results for the third and petite level finals for the men's Varsity 8. In the third level final, Sonoma came in third with 657. In second place, Long Beach State with a 640.8. And in first place in the third level final, Lewis and Clark with 631.7. In the petite final, third place, Washington State University with a 618.7. UCLA in second place with a 618.1. And UC Irvine in first place for the petite final with a 611.5.
And we have had a start in the last race of the day here at the 2016 WIRA Championships. This is the grand final for the women's Varsity 8 for Division 1 and open programs. I'll give you the lane assignments here. In Lane 1, Stanford. Lane 2, San Diego State. Lane 3, Sacramento State. Lane 4, St. Mary's College. Lane 5, Seattle University. And Lane 6, Santa Clara. And quick start by all crews. We have two crews that have jumped out in front already by a pretty good margin, and that will be Stanford along the shoreline. Stanford with a 2-seat lead over San Diego State. And now San Diego State sitting 6 seats over Sacramento. Sacramento bow to stern over both St. Mary's and Seattle University. Seattle University has about a half a boat length of open water over Santa Clara, so Santa Clara occupying that 6th place position. But some good movement there very early on. Stanford and San Diego State moving themselves away from the rest of the field. Sacramento State right there off of the stern deck of San Diego State's boat. Meters, Stanford rowing at a slightly elevated stroke rate, 37 to 38 strokes a minute. San Diego State at 35 and Sacramento at 35. So Sacramento in that 3rd place position looking for open water over both St. Mary's and Seattle University. Santa Clara a little bit off the pack, not really in contact with the rest of the crews, doing a really great job out there in lane 6, just not able to match the power of the other 5 crews. at 750 meters in. Stanford now sitting bow to stern over San Diego State. Both of those boats clocked at 37 strokes a minute. And just a reminder, again, good props to that Stanford crew. Those are lightweight women, and they have proven to be one of the fastest crews in the nation, definitely one of the fastest lightweight boats, but they have really stepped the game up, and coming out and racing against the heavyweights has really elevated their game. They are approaching 1,000 meters in and looking for open water over San Diego State. San Diego State in that second place spot now with 2 seats of open water over Sacramento State, and Sacramento sitting bow to stern over St. Mary's. St. Mary's moving into that 4th place position, 5 seats over Seattle University, and Seattle with 2.5 lengths of open water over Santa Clara. All boats now at 1,000 meters to go. Boats now approaching the final 750 meters of this grand final. Stanford continuing to push themselves and increase the margin between themselves and San Diego State. San Diego State also doing a great job pushing themselves a little bit farther away from Sacramento. Sacramento has not been able to shake St. Mary's. They're still sitting there right off of their stern deck. And Sacramento, we're having them clocked at 35.5 strokes a minute. St. Mary's also at 35 to 36 strokes a minute. Seattle back in that 5th place position, sitting just off of the stern deck of the St. Mary's boat. Santa Clara continuing in 6th, but it is Stanford along the shoreline. Very impressive blade work, tall bodies, and those are very, very efficient oarsmen. Coming into the final strokes here, final 500 meters, it is Stanford all alone along the shoreline, rowing at 37 strokes a minute now with 1 full boat length of open water over San Diego. San Diego State, 1 boat length of open water over Sacramento, and Sacramento still sitting there in that 3rd place position, bow to stern over St. Mary's. And coming into the spectator area, it is Stanford along the shoreline. Now 1.5 boat lengths of open water over San Diego State. The Aztecs really bringing their game up in this WIRA championship, looking to make a podium spot and looking good for that silver medal here in the grand final. They have 1 boat length of open water over Sac State. Sac State still sitting there with St. Mary's right off of their stern deck. St. Mary's still in that 4th place position, looking to make a move on Sacramento. But Sacramento not letting St. Mary's move at all. St. Mary's with 1/2 boat length of open water over Seattle. Santa Clara continuing in 6th. Final 250 meters here. Stanford University for the gold. San Diego State for the silver. Sacramento for the bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the official results for the men's varsity 8 grand final, Orange Coast College with third place with a time of 6:07.4, UC Santa Barbara in second place with a time of 5:57, and Santa Clara University in first place with a time of 5:56.5.